Hello, this is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of collective bargaining. If doing so
Recording in progress.
would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session around 6 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Please lock the webinar. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. I will slide into announcements and updates. I've got two. Hidden Brookline is having a walking tour on Sunday, October 3rd at 1 p.m. I'll be going. You can sign up on Brookline Adult Education and Communities website. Tomorrow, I will be attending the grand reopening of the O'Shea House, a Brookline Housing Authority property at 2 p.m. Located at 61 Park Street. Formerly public housing, the property now benefits from project-based Section 8 for all residents, ensuring that no one pays more than 30% of income for rent. Renovations included aging in place features and substantial energy efficiency improvements to reduce the property's carbon footprint. Any other announcements or updates from Select Board members? Bernard, you still have your hand up.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss you.
Thank you.
John, I saw your hand up.
Yes, indeed. And I just want to make as many people aware as possible of there are additional sign-up dates for the food coupon program, which has been one of the really outstanding programs of the summer through the Brookline Department of Public Health and with a generous grant from the Kresge Foundation. The Brookline Farmers Market is able to honor coupons that allow people to get additional produce from the farmers market at a discounted price, or maybe the coupons are redeemable for produce itself. But was $40 worth of coupons is the deal. And there are two additional sign-up dates for it. Wednesday, September 22nd, 8:30 to 9:30 at Town Hall. That's Wednesday tomorrow, 8:30 to 9:30 at Town Hall. And then again, Thursday, day after tomorrow, September 23rd, 10 a.m. to noon at the Senior Center, 93 Winchester Street. So again, that's $40 in coupons for purchases at the farmers market, which is continuing through Thursday, October 28th. Good idea for people who have been dealing with the burden of food costs during this pandemic.
Great. Thank you very much. Raul.
Sure. As folks may know, we have a special town meeting scheduled for Tuesday, October 5th. We're going to cover two issues that night. One of them is going to be the settlement agreement that the Select Board reached with Mr. Gerald Alston. I wanted to draw your attention to tomorrow night. The full advisory committee will be having a sort of discussion and presentation on that agreement. They'll be asking lots of questions. I know there are probably lots of questions from members of the public about that agreement. So I just want to encourage folks to be there, to show up, and to listen. The meeting begins at 7:15 p.m. And the information's on the Brookline calendar. If you do happen to miss that meeting, you've got something else going on, those meetings are recorded, so you'll be able to watch it later on. But just want to give folks a heads up about that particular meeting.
Any other comments before we slide into public comment? Mel.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to this evening provide the board and the public with an update on the process to hire a new chief of police. Earlier today, I selected the firm of the Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF, of Washington, D.C. to support the town in this effort. As part of the required request for proposal process to procure such services, we required a firm that has been part of the national debate on policing and race, and one that has a national presence and credibility among progressive leaders in public safety. While the town received other fine proposals, we considered PERF's proposal as most responsive to our needs. PERF will be commencing their services immediately, beginning with a process to engage the community over the qualities they want to see in a new chief. Meanwhile, I will be convening a screening panel to assist me and the consultant in evaluating candidates who apply for the position. As always, a board member will serve on the screening panel, in this case, Board Member Fernandez. Fortunately, there are many community members who have exhibited interest and expertise during the many months of our town debate over police reform and reimagining that I will be able to choose from. Ultimately, this panel will assist me and the consultant in assessing and selecting candidates, but it will be the town administrator's responsibility to make the ultimate recommendation to the select board for approval. Thank you.
Great. Well, with that, let's slide into public comment. Raul?
Great, thank you, Heather. And thank you all for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. We have many folks signed up to speak tonight, so we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from you all. So please limit your speaking time to 2 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but of course you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
First person signed up for public comment is Susan Howard. Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist and your time will begin when you're ready.
I'm ready. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
And can you see me? I just see Devin.
Yes,
Anyway,
we can see you.
I'm Susan Howard. I'm a resident of Brookline living on Winchester Street. I'm going to be very short. I'm here to urge everybody to please ensure that the 9 police officers are hired. I want to share a little story with you. It'll take a few minutes. Late August, I was walking to the farmer's market. Winchester Street, there's a little alley next to Albert's Florist that takes you to the parking lot. As I was entering the alley, there was an elderly person, I'm not going to give the gender away, coming out with a bag full of farmer's market's vegetables and flowers. The person's sandal caught on the curb as they made the turn onto Winchester Street, flipped the person up, smack down on the head. The sidewalk was awash in red. We called the police, and this is what I wanted to share. The police, the fire, and the ambulance were there in less than 5 minutes. And what struck me more than the rapid response time was the fact that the officer, one of the officers, knelt down in this mess on the sidewalk and was so soothing and reassuring to the individual whose head was literally cracked open in front of us. It took because I timed it, less than 8 minutes to bandage the head, get the individual on a stretcher into the ambulance and on their way. And they cleaned up the sidewalk, thanks goodness, because I live right next door to there.
You have 30 seconds.
What I want to say is that the police do much more than fight crime, traffic, etc., and we need them in this town. Who would have been able to help this gentleman and the rest of us on that day? An attorney? I couldn't do it. A teacher? Select board? Maybe Miriam, if she were in the vicinity. But who could even get there in time? So please think about, we need a fully staffed police force. That's my pitch. Please vote yes.
The next person signed up for public comment is Rita McNally. Rita, I believe if you press *6, you'll be able to give your comments.
Good evening. My name is Rita McNally. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2. And I'm calling tonight to plead with you to add the 9 police officers that are waiting to fulfill the 135 police force that town meeting has voted the budget for already favorably. That's all I have to say. We need the police to help us out in the town, and this would be a great help. I hope you will all vote for the 9 members to join our police force. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Kushner. Michael, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Michael Kushner, and I'm a resident of Brookline and a local social worker. I actually came tonight to speak out against hiring more police officers. My concern with hiring the 9 new police officers is currently, the town went through this whole process of getting rid of the walk and talk program, of getting rid of safety SRO officers in the school. And yet, from what we're seeing in the organization charts, there are still youth officers carrying out functions of what was happening with walk and talk. And so as long as those processes are still happening against what the board already decided upon, to me, that brings into question concerns of whether or not police are following the oversight of the select board, who are essentially our police commission in the town of Brookline. And so until that is sorted out, until we know for sure that the police are following the rules of the commission, our elected officials who act as our police commission, I'm concerned about hiring more police officers. And I also think that the money could be better used towards many social service issues that we have in this town that could also serve the function of a lot of the issues that people are bringing up today. So I would just like to speak out in concern of hiring more police officers, and would like to focus first on transparency issues within the police department and make sure that money is best spent in supporting our local community. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Eddie Strumfels. Eddie, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 2 minutes will begin.
Good evening all. My name is Eddie Strumfels, he, him, and I live in Precinct 10. I want to speak tonight in opposition to the proposal to hire 9 new police officers. To begin, I think it's critically important that we place this hiring proposal in the context of recent decisions by the BHA and school committee regarding the walk and talk program and SROs respectively. As I'm sure we're all aware, these bodies recently made the decision to conclude both of these programs in response to a groundswell of community organizing regarding the role of police in our community. Unfortunately, despite these decisions, we've also seen a concerted effort to obstruct, deflect, and dismantle the results of this democratic process from leaders of our police department and even some select board members here today. Last week's meeting on this question was a prime example of how these efforts are taking shape and evidenced a complete disregard for the will of the people from our police department and some of our own elected officials. We heard no clear explanation about how the police department has genuinely shifted the role of those 7 officers who were formerly assigned to the walk and talk and SRO programs beyond a simple shuffling of titles. We heard 2 of our select board members use this proposal to attempt to relitigate decisions they disagree with in defiance of the overwhelming support these proposals received from our community. And in this rush to hire 9 new officers, before we have any kind of clarity regarding the role of those 7 officers still awaiting reassignment, we're seeing the police department and those select board members working in tandem to ignore the work of our task force to reimagine policing. It was, to quote one of those select board members, bad optics, to say the least.
You have 30
In light
seconds.
of all this, it would be an absolute betrayal to our town's democratic process to steamroll ahead with the hiring of these 9 new officers. If we're dedicated to genuine democracy and to the vision for Brookline that the people have fought so hard for, we need to take this opportunity to begin implementing those ideas the Brookline community has so loudly voiced their support for. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chi-Chi Wu. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin. You're ready.
Thank you, Devin. Chi-Chi Wu, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7, and member of the former Task Force on Reimagining Policing. So my fellow task force members and myself, under the direction of Select Board Member Dr. Fernandez, spent 8 months, Friday mornings at 8 a.m., working on the task of reimagining policing. We spent many volunteer hours composing a report, doing research, conducting interviews, and producing a report with recommendations, some of which were voted on and advanced by this body, by the BHA, by the school committee. And what I heard at the last select board meeting, and the feedback that I'm getting, that the police department is maybe evading and hedging to follow the directives of the duly elected select board and school committee, is quite troubling and discouraging, and frankly, undemocratic. The idea of an unelected police department ignoring the directives of duly elected officials is the very definition of a police state and unaccountability to civilian elected officials. We have enough problems with preserving democracy in this country. I thought in Massachusetts and in Brookline, we wouldn't have to be dealing with this. I would urge that this select board put a pause on the hiring until this is clarified, and we are sure that the police department is following the directives of our duly elected representatives. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Savion Cohen. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Like so many residents, I closely followed the many months of meetings of reform and reimagining. I supported and accepted the consensus and convergence of the Select Board, the School Committee, and the Brookline Housing Authority to remove police from Brookline housing and schools, and specifically to end the walk and talk and SRO programs. It was deeply unsettling last week to see the Select Board unable to get answers to their direct questions from Acting Chief Morgan. In August, after the votes to end walk and talk and SRO programs, one Select Board member went on the Dan Ray radio talk show and announced that, counter to months of democratic process and what the public had been told, the police would not be removed from Brookline schools and Brookline public housing. He said that instead things would be shuffled around a bit and maybe change some titles to save face. I quote, "One way or another, police will be in housing and schools," said Bernard Green. From last week's Select Board meeting, it appears that this is exactly what has taken place, and that is outrageous. So I asked the Select Board, most important question, who is running our town? I ask you not to hire the 9 new police officers until we have answers to fundamental questions. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marissa Vogt. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, folks. Sorry about that. We're in the middle of dinner. Hi, my name is Marissa Vogt, and I am a town meeting member from Precinct 4. I just wanted to speak to the Select Board today to urge you all to be as descriptive and transparent and open in your in the combined reports and in your discussions about the Alston case. I've been watching the questions that town meeting members have been asking on the listserv. I've been watching the discussion at the advisory committee subcommittee meeting, and I think it's clear that there is still a lot of information that town meeting members and the general public that folks don't understand. And I think if town meeting is going to be asked to approve this settlement on October 5th, or if the general public is going to be asked to support it, I think we really need to better understand the Select Board's reasoning behind the how you arrived at this settlement. I think we need to we just need some really clear, transparent discussion and some really detailed reports. And to that end, I've asked the Select Board to provide the executive session minutes from their discussions related to the Alston case, and I would urge you to do that quickly so that the town meeting members and the public can read this information and absorb it and use that to make an informed decision on October 5th. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bonnie Bastian. You've been promoted to a panelist and your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin. My name is Bonnie Bastian. I'm a town meeting member and former member of the Task Force on Reimagining Policing. I want to voice my deep disappointment with the police department and their inability to respect the decisions made by their superiors, the Select Board. The decision from the Select Board was to end the SRO and walk and talk programs. That was clear and decisive. That should leave 7 officers available for patrol or any other work needed. No one is asking for calls to go out without response at the schools or at BHA properties, but after the year of research the task force put into the recommendations to remove those programs, we found that there wasn't a lot required. There wasn't a lot that required the help of a police officer specifically. Our children in the schools and our neighbors in public housing need support in the form of social services and other kinds of resources aimed at helping everyone thrive. The development of those resources in the form of a civilian crisis response team and the exploration of a social service department has already been approved and needs to be started. I'd like to ask the town administrator to report on when that process will begin. That is what's needed, not 9 more police officers. Since the interim police chief has shown that he's unable to provide information as to what exactly the 7 officers that were once walk and talk and SRO officers are now doing, I can't imagine how it makes any sense to hire more officers under his supervision.
You have
We
30
are moving
seconds.
forward with a process to find a new chief. I strongly encourage that the select board wait until a new chief is in place before making any new hires. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alok Somani. You have 2 minutes. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to show my video because I'm in a public place. Thank you for the chance to comment. I'm here to urge the select board to hire the 9 officers that were approved in the budget by the town meeting. I feel strongly that when dealing with public emergencies, it's critical that our officers are fully staffed and fully trained. I also believe that this notion that eliminating a few programs then obviates the need for those officers is a bit of a red herring. I don't believe they're sitting around. And although our police commissioner is currently interim, I believe that we will soon have one that's permanent. And I do support the community and the select board working together to understand and work on some of the systemic issues that might have caused some of the recent issues that the town is now dealing with. So reform of the police department and the way the culture is sensible, but I don't believe it's the right thing to do to reduce the police force. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ryan Black. Ryan, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Right, perfect. Good evening, select board members. It's Ryan Black, town meeting member from precinct 6 and organizer with Brookline Budget Justice. Like others tonight, I'm here to give comment on the hiring request for 9 police officers. I would encourage you to vote no. It's not good governance for the board to hire more officers when it's not even clear what many current personnel in the department are even doing. Consider how last week, interim police chief Morgan said that officers who were assigned to the school resource officer and walk and talk programs formerly were still in specific units with many of the same responsibilities as the 2 former programs. Also keep in mind, these 2 units, your board, i.e. the elected police commissioners, gave a directive to end. So yes, those officers should have been reassigned. In short, the police department has not provided enough information on what their current officers are doing for the board to make an informed, responsible decision on hiring additional personnel. Additionally, it does not seem judicious for the town to hire 9 more officers when the money could instead be used on some of the proposals from the Task Force to Reimagine Policing. For instance, the board could look into ways to reallocate the funds in the police budget for the 9 hires instead on a cahoots-like service. I know the town is already exploring that, and or the social services department it's incubating. I know at the last town meeting, we hired the people to kind of architect that department. Like Bonnie said before me, that's what's needed by the town. Going these alternative routes would be more in keeping with the long overdue reevaluation of policing and public safety.
You have 30 seconds.
Summer. Thank you. I'll wrap there.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 2 minutes will begin.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, actually, let me start my video. Okay, thank you. Marty Rosenthal, lifelong resident, 43 years, town meeting member, 1980, select board member, author of the police commissioner bylaw that's in Mel's memo, and member of the police reform committee, and also a 5-decade criminal defense lawyer and former ACLU board member. In other words, to some, I'm a has-been. To others, I know a thing or two about police. I'm also speaking for Terry Kwan, long time on the school committee and Asian American activist. I'm not shocked at the idea of not replacing the 9 cops because I've seen what's been going on. The vast majority of your constituents, however, really would be shocked. When 9/11 responses get slower, from loud parties to real-time domestic violence and street muggings, etc. 2020's town meeting twice by 2-to-1 margins rejected such anti-police pressures, nixing the proposed 17% police defunding and then approving the contract with a 2.5% increase, the same as fire and with cameras. Now here we go again to cut 9 cops with zero analysis of what it would mean. See Mel's memo, the vacant positions is impacting our ability to effectively and efficiently operate. I recently looked up, quote, government officials as fiduciaries and found a Harvard Law Review article citing the Mass Constitution's Declaration of Rights provision saying magistrates and officers as agents and accountable to the people. The very thoughtful and creative reimagining task force
You have
proposed
30
no
seconds.
specific budget changes, only ending SRO and walk and talk, which are now both eliminated, I'd say scapegoated, but without any budget or staffing analysis. The hiring opposition, in my mind, is recklessly indifferent to real public safety needs, like the 17% defund proposal. And then there's the abysmal and shamefully community-caused police morale for people who put their lives on the line every single day for us.
You've reached 2
as
minutes.
for Spike Lee, I say do the right thing for all your constituents, including the far too silent but very large majority.
Marty, thank you. I'm sorry, you've reached your time. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Childs. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 2 minutes will begin.
Good evening, and thank you so much for taking my comments. First of all, I really appreciate living in Brookline, where our police commissioners are our civilian leaders. We are very fortunate that that is the way our police department is set up. The second thing is the police officers in question are already budgeted for, and town meeting as the legislative body set aside that money because they believed, as the chief has said, that we need 135 officers to do the job that you have charged our department to do, the Brookline Police Department to do. I would urge you to follow the chief's recommendations and your own recommendations that we have adequate officers and adequate staffing. When I was in a regulatory authority role around public safety and behavioral health care, there are 2 things that are essential. The first is that you have highly trained, adequately trained staff. We have that in Brookline with 100% of our police officers trained in de-escalation. The second is that you have enough of those adequately trained staff to do the job that you are asking them to do. And I think we have already established in the budget with prior policy decisions that what we need is the 135 officers that are budgeted for. The other issue around walk and talk and SROs, we may have eliminated those programs, but we did not eliminate the needs or the calls from families, youth, and residents of Brookline housing. And now, thank you. Now officers need to respond to those calls without the structure of the SRO or the walk and talk programs. It's critical that we do make sure that there are enough officers to do that. So I urge you to do your wonderful job as police commissioners and continue to make sure we have adequate officers in Brookline. Thank you very much.
At this time, there are 27 attendees. There was one person who signed up in advance who looks like she was unable to join us, but there are no other requests for public comment at this time.
Great. Thank you to everybody for really working to stay within those limits. Really appreciate it. Heather?
Great. Bernard, you have your hand up.
Yeah, since someone made a direct attack on me, I want to very, very briefly respond. I did say the only quote that she actually got right is that one way or another, police will be in housing and schools. And that of course is true. When there's a crime, for example, the armed robberies that happened recently in North Brookline, police are going to be there. Now, those armed robberies weren't in Brookline housing, but if they were, police would be there. So that statement of mine is kind of unrelated to the walk and talk program, and it's a true and accurate statement and an important statement. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Okay. And we will talk a little bit more about this. There is a calendar item about the 9 authorization to hires that we will be tasked with voting on. later in the meeting. But we do have 2 candidates who want to interview, so I want to get to them. So let's move into the miscellaneous. I will just briefly describe what's contained in the miscellaneous consent agenda. Let me know, board members, if there's anything that you want pulled out. So moving approval of the authorization to hire request for a senior audit clerk in the comptroller's office of the finance department, approving an authorization to hire request for gardener laborer in our parks and open space division within DPW, authorization to hire request for web developer in digital services division of the IT department, authorization to hire for an aquatic supervisor in the rec department, authorization to hire requests in the highway and sanitation division of DPW for an assistant recycling coordinator and 2 highway maintenance craftspersons, highway motor equipment operator grade 2. Approving a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to Longwood Cricket Club that will be held Wednesday, the 22nd for dinner, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 564 Hammond Street. 300 people are expected. Boy, that's going to be quite the party. Approving a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to the Cricket Club again. This is on Thursday, the 23rd for dinner from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Same place and same number of people expected. And then finally, a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to Lars Anderson Auto Museum for this Friday for a wedding, a 30th wedding anniversary from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 150 people expected to attend. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for getting through that quickly. And I know that we have a common vic entertainment license. Just wanted to check with Devin to see whether or not what time that was posted for.
Luckily, it's not a noticed hearing.
Oh, good. Okay. So we will try to get through this very quickly and then let me know if one of the interview candidates needs to go. So welcome. You must be with the common victular Bartlett, who will be speaking on their behalf.
Yes, this is Emily. I'm Rachel.
Hi, Emily and Rachel. I'm Heather. I am chair of the select board. If you just want to give a brief overview of what you're here for.
Sure. So we are looking to open a food concept or dining concept in the Coolidge Corner Arcade under the name Bartlett. We currently have a food establishment called Cobble, which is also in the arcade, and an opportunity came to us that would allow us to open another concept there. We love Coolidge Corner. We love the arcade, and we're seeking your approval.
Well done. Nice and succinct. Miriam.
I'm just curious when you say, oh, sorry, my dogs are driving me crazy today. When you say concept, can you tell, without, I don't want to give it away too much, can you tell a little bit more about what this concept would be? Because I'm intrigued.
Sure. So we have Cobble there now, and the reason why we say concept, and we kind of shy away from restaurant, even though it is a restaurant technically. All of the cooking is done off premises at a commissary kitchen, which is up to code. And then the food is basically self-catered to the dining concept where people are enjoying the food in the arcade. And that's why we call it a concept. So no like hard cooking or hood system or any like typical restaurant necessities apply. And that's why we sort of like to call it a dining concept, especially when talking to you folks.
Great. Any other questions? John.
Thank you. So this is in the arcade, right? Yeah, and I'm sorry if my memory on this is a little bit hazy, but this sounds very familiar to me. So you've been before the board previously, right? Or okay, and on the previous occasion, were you approved for the license or
Yes.
not?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. So we've
okay,
been operating that concept for just over a year now.
right. So this is renewal?
No, this is a version 2 of that concept. So what we're doing now is a 5-course Italian style sort of dining, and this is more of a lounge, I don't know, snacky type of situation versus this other concept that is currently running in the arcade. So this would be our second place in the arcade.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, great. And that's wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? It sounds like they are very familiar with Brookline, and this is not involving a liquor license. Bernard.
Yeah, your first establishment is as I recall, it's not a sit-down restaurant. You do cook off-site. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So-
Is it cold food or warmed up food? Yes,
It's not cold food. So I do most of the cooking offsite and I build the menus accordingly. So it's kind of more like catering. So I'm, doing soups and braises, etc. And some things I can bake in the space. I have a little oven in there, but mostly it's assembly and reheating in the space. But all of the main cooking is done off premises.
Got it. I haven't been out since the pandemic.
Mel.
Yes, I do want to clarify that there is no requirement for a liquor license, but the applicants are pursuing the use of the BYOB, bring your own bottle provisions that are in our own local licensing provisions. So we don't have a lot of them, but we created them for I think for these reasons, and look forward to that working out. Just want to make sure that the applicants are aware of the regulations that govern the BYOB in Brookline.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very little unusual for us, but interesting.
Yes, and we really love the BYOB laws in Brookline. It allows us to sort of open this concept. Our first concept is also BYOB. So we know those laws quite well. And it's very interesting that people tend to drink less when they're making those choices as sober human beings, and they bring just enough to drink and then they go home. It's really quite astonishing. It's been a learning process, which has been cool.
Interesting. Excellent. Any other questions before I move the 2 votes? Raul.
So just a brief comment. I'll just say, it's tough to get a seat at Cobble. You've really plan ahead. But the concept there has been just met with just tremendous interest, and I've heard nothing but good feedback. I'm excited for you to open this, and what's happening slowly over time with the arcade, I think is really what many of us would hope is happening, is activating that space, bringing more people in, creating some excitement in the area. So thanks for being part of that.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great. At this time, I will move the following language. Approval of the application for a new common vic for Emily Vina and Cobble LLC, doing business as Barlett at 318 Harvard Street. Hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Hours of BYOB will be Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Seating will consist of 16 inside. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Second vote, I move approval of the application for a new entertainment license for Emily Vina Cobble LLC, doing business as Barlett at 318 Harvard Street. Entertainment will consist of radio and recorded music Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, on to planning board interviews. Devin, who do we have first?
The first person joining us is Andrea Brew.
Hello, Andrea. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you want to give us a brief overview of who you are and why you're interested in this position, roughly a minute and a half, and then I'll open it up to question and answer from the select board.
Okay, just a first brief explanation as to why I'm in a car. I'm driving with my daughter cross country. I had actually got a conference room in Missouri to have this call, but it got a little delayed and I had to leave. So excuse me, and I hope you can hear me okay. So,
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I have been a resident of Brookline since 1999. My husband and I are both architects, and we raised our 3 children all the way through the Brookline school system. And what attracted us to in this order was public transportation. At the time, we didn't have a car. The quality of schools and also the unique small town. We live in the College Corner area of just a variety of independent shops, a movie theater, all that. So as an architect and a planner, I have always been interested in town planning and the policy. And I really would like to see or have a role in continuing that quality of life that my family and I have enjoyed living in Brookline. And I think that my experience as an architect and working with different other organizations would be an asset.
Great. Any questions by board members? I like to ask the question, how did you hear about us or the openings?
I've, been for so long, we've seen a lot of change. So I've attended a few hearings over the years and have just been interested in how decisions are made and also, rooting for things that I would like to see.
Great. Bernard?
I heard about the Pacific Road, someone that works in the planning department, currently doing a review of 32 Marion Street as part of my job at Arrow Street Architects.
Great. You may want to turn your video off because you're starting to kind of break up a little
Are you
bit.
getting, okay.
Great. Bernard
might be
has a
getting-
question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hot issue in Brookline, parking. I wonder if you had any thoughts on that. And let me add a sort of curveball here. Give me your thoughts in terms of issues of seniors and how that fits into the discussion of parking minimums and other things that are going on in Brookline.
Oh, 2 parts. The first part was, the second part was seniors. I live on the road, and I guess we rent out a parking spot because there's no overnight parking. That our street also has a lot of teachers from the Florence Ridley Ruffian School that park on our street. I tend to try to walk more parking because I feel like if it's harder to park more, it might encourage more people to bike and walk. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, it raises,
my personal opinion.
Yeah. Well, it raises the other part of the question, and that is, think about your seniors. I mean, how does that factor into your thinking?
In terms of parking, or just,
well, in terms of reducing parking opportunities. I mean, for example, many seniors are not going to be riding bicycles, so the idea of encouraging people to ride bikes sort of doesn't address their needs. How do we think about that, or is that not relevant?
Well, sure, it's relevant. I think a good example is 32 Marion Street, providing housing for seniors and making private housing affordable so that they can get around and walk.
John has his hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea. John Van Scoik here. There's such a wonderful ongoing conversation in Brookline about a whole host of issues that kind of bear on the planning board decisions. There's people who, are concerned about the pressures of development and the consequences for our sort of historic streetscapes. There are people who are concerned about shortages of housing and the need for greater density in the town. And there are people who feel that the planning board itself, needs to maybe become either more of a development-oriented board with focus on incentivizing development. And there's other people who feel it should become more of a protective sort of a board. Where do you fall in that wonderful spectrum of discussions and conversations?
I would say somewhere in the middle, but more leaning towards the development side. I have spent about 10 years of my work experience in historic preservation. And to be honest, I've tried twice to start a historic district from my street, and it didn't succeed. But as a result of it, it's made me think a lot about the whole process. And I felt like a lot of residents in Brookline were pushing towards historic districts so they could protect their own property, which I think is great. But I think they're going about it the wrong way. And I really would like to see a more balanced work with developers and being responsible and not just thinking about adding housing, but the whole impact of making Brookline more dense as parking. I think all this has to be considered, and I currently don't feel that it is.
Thanks, Andrea.
Bernard, we're at 7 minutes, so.
All right, I don't have a question. Just for Ms. Brew's benefit, could we ask her to write down her responses to our questions, because most of her responses were not audible. Since we're not going to vote tonight, that may be good to have her views. Before.
I think if you have continuing questions, you should reach out to her. I heard enough.
Okay, that's fine. Forget it.
Any other questions from select board members? Great. Andrea said that she is happy to write down the answers. So you might want to contact her so that she has your contact information.
Okay. Yeah, she should send it to Devin for all of us.
Great.
All right, I will do that.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Gregory Zerlo.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. If you want to just give a brief background, about a minute and a half of who you are, why you're interested in this position.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here tonight. I'm interested in being a planning board member for the town of Brookline. My name is Greg Zerlo. I lived in Brookline for the past 8 years. My wife and I this semester are empty nesters. Time has freed up just a little bit more. I'm the managing partner of a real estate development and design firm focused on multifamily housing. I attended the Boston Architectural College, where I co-taught advanced level design studios. And I worked for some notable architectural firms. I added some material in my application. Some of the firms are well published nationally and internationally. Others worked locally, serving the marginalized and underserved communities. I served on the planning board in Lexington for almost 3 terms, chaired for a couple of years. and I've become well acquainted with the work involved. I don't have a specific issue that I would address as a new planning board member. What I see in my future, if I'm fortunate enough to serve, is a planning board member that would have a dialogue with the stakeholders, using good judgment and the tools that are made available to us through our comprehensive plan and neighborhood goals, and all the things that keep Brookline a fabulous place to live. I really would hit the ground running with the tools that we have in place. I'll leave the rest of the time for questions and whatnot. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions by select board members? John.
Same question that I had for Andrea and Gregory. Thank you for your willingness to serve. I don't know if you heard it, so I'll repeat it. Kind of where are you in the spectrum of the conversation in Brookline over development? How much we need, if we think we need more, in what direction, how to incentivize it, if we think the pressures are sometimes overwhelming and having a bad effect on neighborhoods, what do we do about it? Where do you fit into that conversation?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Serving as a planning board member, we do expect planning board members to apply good judgment, but I think we also serve on behalf of the community and the constituents in the community. And so what I mean is, I referenced the comprehensive plan. With a comprehensive plan that is fine-tuned to the economic goals of the town, what is the sort of density that supports the economic vitality and the budget, et cetera. All that plays a role into kind of where I stand. There are some issues, for example, like affordable housing. You can't be for affordable housing and be against density at the same time, right? There's a trade-off and there's a bit of a balance. So the question you ask is a pretty big one. I wouldn't say, I will definitely be pro-development if it's appropriate, and definitely hold the torch for something less dense, less active, if that's well suited. And the reference to neighborhood plans that I read in the comprehensive plan, a few hours of reading, that's important to be able to work at different scales. What are the goals community-wide? What are the goals in neighborhood and commercial districts? There are all those variables that you have to balance, I think, to answer the question that you asked.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Bernard?
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how people respond to this question. There's no right answer, but we talk about development, and there are many things before the planning board that include proposals to reduce the required minimum parking levels. I just want to see how you think about that in the context of communities like seniors, the disabled. That has come up at the housing at the zoning bylaw committee a couple times, and it's an issue that needs to be fleshed out. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it's an issue that needs to be fleshed out. What's your thought?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Parking is always a challenging question. Actually, for developers, parking is always a challenge. How do you fit? How do you get a project done if you can't fit the parking in? Boston has an interesting thing, and I'll answer more directly. They have a compact living policy that says that you could reduce the parking requirement in a multifamily housing project, depending upon the distance you are from a major mode of transportation, like a train. I don't think it works the same with buses. So what they did was they said, here's kind of, we don't have the answer, but there's varying levels of parking requirements. When I think about, and I heard your point about seniors, we can't ask seniors to jump on a bicycle, right? Necessarily. I mean, I hope I'm riding a bike at 65. But how do we write the policy that gives the decision makers enough flexibility to right size the parking requirement for the project type, the zone, et cetera? You know, I don't think it's, I'm an advocate for reducing the number of parking. I think we have overestimated the value of cars in our society, and it contributes to a lot of bad things. And the industry is just dying to reduce that parking count, but it's not always the right thing. So I think it's about a policy that gives enough flexibility of the decision makers of how to apply that policy.
Any other questions by board members? I will urge Gregory to check out, I think we have a zoning overlay. Town meeting reduced the parking within a quarter mile of T stops in Brookline. So I think that's what you may have been alluding to in Boston. We did pass it here a couple of years ago.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in. We won't be making a decision tonight, but we will be making a decision at some point.
Thank you for the time.
Great. Okay, our next agenda item, I will turn it over to Mel Kleckner.
Yes, well, a lot has been said already this evening and last week as well about the police hiring issue. So let me address it. I did prepare a memorandum, which I believe is in the public packet, but I will summarize it a bit. But I first want to say very strongly that if you believe your town administrator or acting police chief is not following the directives of this elected board, you ought to start tomorrow to get rid of me, because that is just, just the cardinal rule of having appointed officials. We carry out the directives of our elected policy boards. I will vigorously defend, removal on that basis, because I feel extremely important in my 40 years serving in this role for 5 communities, all with select boards. We implement the duly elected officials and their policy decisions. And so, I belong to an organization called the International City Management Association. We have a code of ethics. I belong to that code of ethics. Tenet 6 of that code of ethics, which is essential, is basically, it reads as follows: recognize that elected representatives are accountable to their community for the decisions they make. Members are responsible for implementing those decisions. And that's what I've been doing in my 40 years in government. I don't believe the police chief, the acting police chief, is working against the board in this matter. I strongly believe that. Let me address my memo briefly. Find my notes. First of all, the SRO and the walk and talk programs have been eliminated, period. They are no longer in operation. Secondly, the officers that are previously assigned to those programs have been reassigned, and the chief is taking advantage of the training experience and relationships that have been developed over time. There are many more activities that youth officers and community service officers do other than being in the schools as SROs or walk and talk. And the chief believes those are suitable activities. These officers also will respond to patrol requests for services when it's necessary, and they do. So I've been assured that the officers are very productive and busy, and but we should have more discussion about this. If this board does not feel that these officers are being used properly, then we need to have the discussion. But even if we replace these 9 officers this evening, these are replacement officers, by the way, they're vacant positions. We have 15 coming on 16 vacant positions currently in our table of organization. So even if you approve these 9, you still have 6 or 7, and that number is only going to get bigger, because the way that things work with the delays in civil service, we tend to accumulate vacancies, and so I don't believe you're reducing your flexibility or somehow making a statement by not approving these 9 officers. We really do need these 9 officers. Your vote this evening would start a long process of civil service and a state training academy. If we miss these opportunities, we're sort of back at the end of the line. I would strongly encourage you to approve the 9 and with the flexibility that we have.
Thank you, Mel. I know a sticking point for me when we were faced with the vote on walk and talk and SRO. My understanding is that the crux of it, we had officers that were taking it upon themselves to go to places where many people did not want their presence uninitiated, but they're still getting calls and they must respond. So I think that's what the chief was trying to articulate last week, although I don't think he did a very good job of articulating that. Miriam.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mel. You know, I'm frankly extremely conflicted here. And you know, the first thing I want to say is that we've received a lot of emails on both sides of this question. And, you know, at the core, this is not at all about defunding or the budget. For me, this is about being accountable to those 7 positions. And what are those 7 people doing? And are they still doing the job that we didn't think they're doing? And you're assuring me they're not. But certainly after re-listening to last week's select board meeting, that was the impression very strongly that we were given. And that's, as you know, because I stated at the time, that really was disturbing to me. At the same time, I understand we have these vacancies. We need to fill these vacancies. So this is really my conflict. And my question is, we have these 7 positions. Can they be reassigned to patrol? Is that wise to even? I would feel better kind of somehow knowing until we have a really clear defined job description for these 7 positions. I mean, you shared the one, which I you know, but the school one hasn't been created yet. I guess I would feel better voting for these 9 positions if these 7 were reassigned to patrol and we had 15 positions filled. And if everybody is trained, as I've been told, everybody 100% has training on de-escalation, then, you know, that shouldn't be a problem. So I'm just proposing it because frankly, I'm just still really on the fence both ways.
John.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Miriam. You know, I do think so there's been some misunderstanding because I've been receiving emails and then I heard some people speak tonight who are, you know, just frankly going way over the top in their suspicions, their, you know, rhetoric as to what is the current situation in the police department post the MOU for the school resources officers and the MOU for the BHA walk and talk officers. And I just want to assure Acting Chief Morgan, and I want to assure the good men and women of the Brookline Police Department that I, for one, do not agree with the speaker who said that to fill these vacancies would be tantamount to an acknowledgement that we have become a police state. And I do not agree with the speaker who implied somehow that the chief was being insubordinate because the chief was doing the chief's job, which is to make sure that the department is prepared to answer the calls as they come in and to respond to the calls as they come in, and to protect the safety of the Brookline public. So I want to just thank Acting Chief Morgan, and I want to thank the men and women of the Brookline Police Department. And I do hope that those who have, you know, taken the approach that somehow something untoward has happened here that requires us to ignore the need to add additional young and diverse incoming police officers, which is something that every police department has to do on a regular basis. People come and go. And if you want a department that is forward-thinking and ready for the future, then you want new people coming in. And to suddenly say that because people don't like what happened after the discontinuation of those two MOUs means that we should not fill vacancies anymore. It's not in conformance with the votes of town meeting, where nothing was done to cut positions in the police department. And frankly, it's a misunderstanding of the circumstances under which those votes were taken. There's an understanding which, excuse me, is still in the air, that we're going to hear from the school department and we're going to hear from the BHA as to what a future MOU with the police department will look like for the police department to best service the schools and best service the BHA. I'm looking forward to seeing those MOUs. In the meantime, I just want to thank the police for their good service in continuing to answer calls. And I look forward to us being able to hire to fill some of these vacant positions. Thank you.
Bernard.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be new MOUs. I mean, you know, we unfortunately, in my opinion, eliminated the two programs. There's no need for an MOU, but the problems that the walk and talk and SRO officers attempted to address did not go away. No matter what we do, we have no magical way of making those problems, those issues, you know, whether it's cyberbullying and predatory predators going after kids on the internet, or whether it's issues of rowdiness of teenagers that are irritating elderly adults. Those issues aren't going away. The question is, how do we deal with them? And the chief, as I understand, reassigned the 7 officers to various divisions, and those divisions respond to calls as they come in. If the call is at the Brookline Housing Authority, they're not going to stop because there's no walk and talk program there. They're going to go in and deal with the issue. Unfortunately, without the sort of background and relationships that the walk and talk officers have. But there's really no. It's not as if they're doing anything unusual. I had a few other things to say, but I'll leave it at that.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather. I found myself feeling fiery during last week's meeting, and frankly, I found myself feeling fiery earlier today as I was thinking about this and preparing for this meeting. I feel sad right now. Let me start by saying this before I get into this subject. Mel, your credibility is not in question, and certainly not in my mind, or I think anybody's mind. I don't say this lightly, but I think everything that I know about you is that you're a man of your word, and when you say something, you mean it, and you say truths every time you open your mouth. There's no question in my mind that your credibility should be under no scrutiny tonight or at any point in time. So I just want to start by saying that. I'm frustrated that we have to have this conversation. We're in a position now, frankly, not that long after we took this vote. This is not 2 years later that we are now revisiting whether or not we made a right and proper decision, and because of certain data or evidence, reinvesting resources into working with youths or the community. We are a short couple to a few months, after a vote that I took. Here's what I'll say, and I don't think it's at all helpful to to try to figure out what other folks have been thinking about the moves that have been made since we took a vote to end the walk and talk and SRO program. What I can say is I'm disappointed. This where we are right now is not in alignment with the vote that I took. Now, people voted, even those that voted yes to end those programs maybe had different ideas in their mind when they took that vote. Certainly, this is in alignment with what I thought, and so I'm frankly still a little bit confused. And part of the confusion is in this week's packet, like in last week, we still have those officers under the community service division listed, those 7 officers, right? And if they are, I'm trying to understand if they are on patrol. I mean, let me also say this, because I think John said something earlier about what folks are saying about all this. I don't feel like we're any less safe today than we were last year as it relates to the number of officers that we have staffed. I do think that there's been a bit of fear mongering here about safety and security. There's never been a question that if the schools needed to call the police department for support, then they would, whether or not we have SROs or youth resource officers, of course the police would respond. And we should have police available to do that. There's never been any question that should a call. Let's stop treating the Brookline Housing Authority like it's some other part of Brookline, some other world. It's their residences where our neighbors live. Of course, if they call, police are going to respond. And it should be the police that are on regular patrols. I remember us having that part of the conversation earlier this year. So I'm still a little, this does not feel in alignment what I'm seeing right now with the vote that I took, and maybe others that voted to end these programs will weigh in and say whether or not it feels in alignment with the vote that you took. My view is, I believe that we'll need more positions. How many is really unclear at this point, to me. I know that there's been attrition, and that we're hearing there will be attrition. There's at least one retirement that's coming up right now, and that positions may be open. But I just don't know that we have enough information in front of us right now to make a decision about exactly how many positions we should be filling. I might be, if we can agree here tonight that those 7 positions should be returned to patrol, and that the police department could figure out whatever approach they want to have certain folks who are in the command structure or elsewhere be responsive or be primary in terms of responding to the needs of the schools, or primary responding to other community needs, then I think that's fine. But I just, what I'm seeing here right now doesn't feel in alignment with the vote that I took.
So before I call on Bernard and Miriam, I would like to say a few things. I spent the better part of the weekend, yesterday and today, trying to piece together information that I needed to be able to try to come to some sort of decision tonight. I was very frustrated and disappointed by what I heard last week. It definitely felt like I was being told that the select board did not have the authority to make the decision that it did. And that was kind of a sucker punch to me. I did not take that vote lightly. I do believe that there have been changes made to the programs, but I think where the disconnect is happening is the expectation or the understanding of what walk and talk and SRO programs were compared to the community services division. And so I think the problem that we're facing now is that we have patrol and we've got the community services division. And the community services division have trained officers to deal with specific types of community members, whether they are students or youth or seniors, and they free up patrol to focus on emergencies. And the moment we combine the two, it becomes difficult to divide and conquer non-emergency calls and emergency calls. I believe that that was the reason behind dividing the two in the first place. The other pieces of information that I have tried to gather is whether or not we actually have enough officers. I keep hearing things from multiple sources. We have too many officers. We don't have enough officers. So I just want to share some of the information that I've been able to glean. The civil service test is given once every 2 years. And our number of people, residents who have been electing to work for us in Brookline has been dwindling over the years. The other thing that I wanted to share is that the attrition rate, as Raul alluded, is going up. And so there will be more vacancies, probably 5 or 6 expected next year. But the most disturbing thing that I was made aware of are that our junior officers are being forced to work overtime. 6 back-to-back tours a week. So there are 2 officers in particular who have been forced to work 16-hour shifts multiple times a week. And that's because we don't have enough staff. I want to get us some stats to compare. So Cambridge is not the best comparable, but the types of calls that they get is at least somewhat comparable to us. So we've got about 64,000 residents. Cambridge has about 117,000 residents. We received about 70,000 calls last year. They received about 100,000 calls last year. We have 102 officers. According to our chief, the optimal number is 135. Cambridge has 270 officers. So they get about 50% more calls than us. They've got twice as many officers. So the forced overtime that I mentioned, so in the past 7 days, 2.5 officers for the day shift have been forced to work overtime. The afternoon shift, it's 2.7 officers. The overnight shift, about half an officer. So 6 officers were forced to work an extra 8-hour shift per day. And that is usually the night shift. So they are working from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then also doing the day shift. That is going to lead to a very high burnout rate. So I just wanted to share those numbers. And now Bernard and then Miriam.
Yeah, I think you answered a lot of what I was going to say, but let me just add something that is a little, not off topic, but is sort of on a side issue here. And that is, earlier someone said that officers are going to, of course, go on to BHA property or in the schools if they're called in an emergency. Well, that's probably true. But the question is whether the residents or the schools are sure that they can come on the property and whether they will call immediately upon an emergency. And from what I hear, there are some instances where people are unsure whether they can call on the police if there's an incident in the schools, or if they can call on the police to come on to BHA property. Now, this was an issue that we had back in June, and the Housing Authority promised that they would give some clarity because their original position is police stay off of our property. Now we received from them an email trying to clarify that. I don't think it really clarified things, but that's one of the things I think we should demand of the Housing Authority and the schools to give some, not an MOU, but give some guidance as to what they're expecting and when they will, well, what their expectations are, because it's not clear to the police, it's not clear to the residents, it's not clear to me. So. That's the demand on the Housing Authority and School Committee.
Before I call on Miriam, I just wanted to add, I did also follow up with the chair of the school committee after our meeting last week. And she is preparing a memo with the superintendent on what the expectations, understandings of officers in schools will be moving forward. I heard over the weekend, it is very confusing to officers who were in the SRO program because many teachers have their cell phone number. And so they continue to call them. And does that qualify as the schools initiating the interaction? So we're trying to get clarity as to what that threshold is. The other statistic that I forgot to mention was per 10,000 residents compared to us and Cambridge. Brookline is at 20.4 officers per 10,000. Cambridge is at 24.3 officers per 10,000 residents. Miriam.
Thank you. So I'm going to stay on topic. And first, I want to reiterate what Raul said, Mel, never in question your integrity. You were a little bit of collateral damage in what happened last week, and I want to recognize that. I'm still so conflicted. I clearly see the need for the police officers. At the same time, I'm my concern is that we're asked to be accountable, and when we try to be accountable, then we are kind of either vilified. It becomes this binary. You're either pro safety or you're against safety, and there's this whole middle space where we're trying to balance what it is we do to be accountable, both in terms of staffing. I think those are relevant numbers, Heather. I really appreciate that. I think it's important if we're making police officers work overtime, versus this other side of it, which is allowing activities to go on, which we've explicitly asked to stop, and how that's defined. So I say this to say that regardless of how I end up voting, and I'm still not sure how I'm going to end up voting, I want people to understand we are all of us making thoughtful decisions. And there is a real tension here as we move forward. So I just think that's important to acknowledge. And I just really wanted to actually reiterate to Mel what Raul has said.
John.
Thanks again. I just want to thank our chair for that information, and members of the public who had the benefit of listening to that. If you haven't figured it out until tonight, you know for sure. We have a chair who does homework, and so thank you, Heather. That information, I think, makes a difference. And I think if that information were on the table last week, I hope we would have heard less of the talk of, suggesting that somehow something untoward had happened because the police department was continuing to try to do its job in the aftermath of a somewhat confusing and murky situation that, that resulted, no ill intent on anybody's part, but there was a change voted, and the change meant that people had to adjust. And I think they're making an adjustment. And I think we can make the adjustment at the same time that we are restaffing a department that needs to be restaffed.
Raul.
Sure. One of the things, and I get the sense that there, I don't want to take more time than we need to talking about at least one particular aspect of this. I get the sense there may be 3 votes and potentially even 4 to move forward with these positions. I do want to say, we have to figure out how to work better, or with this department. Frankly, the idea that, my expectation would be, and I think we had talked about this when we took the vote, is come back to us with a plan. we didn't have a plan. We at least that came back to this board. I mean, I don't know if you remember approving a job position called youth resource officer or another one called community resource officer, but I certainly don't. You know, my preference would have been the chief coming up with a plan saying, hey, does this meet your expectations? I know that this was a contentious time. We had two groups to fix the systemic issue here, which is, you know, which is the engagement between this board and the department. And if this is also an issue that we see elsewhere, then we can fix that too. But this right here is a place that I think we should just simply have never been. And you know, no one is you know, in fact, we heard a couple people say, don't cut 9 positions. No one's actually talking about, you know, cutting, you know, 9 positions. We're talking about, if anything, shifting people who no longer are doing the work that the board asked them not to do anymore into available positions. And in no scenario, you know, tonight would we had made any cuts or anyone's losing a job or any of those kinds of things, or reduce the availability to respond to emergency situations. All that just red herring after red herring after red herring. So in any case, whether or not we discuss that tonight, or whether or not we discuss that at some future date, or whether or not we just leave that to the new chief and build a strong communication relationship with the new chief that hopefully will be hiring soon, you know, is up to us, I suppose. But it does feel like there was something that was missed that led us to this moment. And I was fully expecting to have heard a plan before it was implemented, not after it was implemented. And I think that's a shame.
I don't necessarily disagree with any of that. And to Miriam's point, this is the growing frustration that I have at being a select board member, just the governance structure. There is an expectation that we are full-time employees in town hall, and that is simply not the case. So we rely on staff, department heads, Mel, to present things to the board that meets after hours once a week. In my opinion, we've outgrown our governance structure, and this is where we see the flashpoints of that. It's very difficult to oversee a department like this part-time. It just is. So if there is no further discussion, I will move approval of the authorizations to hire 9 new officers.
I mean,
any comments, Miriam?
I just wonder if Mel wants to say anything else, I mean, because a lot has been said here. If he doesn't, I understand that, but just in case you.
Nothing anymore. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you for that memo that you put together. It was very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, just very briefly. I want to make sure that it's clear to everyone that I share Raul's and Miriam's and John's, and I think Heather's also a view that you know, I have no qualms about how you've been handling this and other similar situations. We may not agree all the time, but you know, you've been a straight shooter in my opinion.
Same here.
So I will move approval of the authorization to hire 9 police officers. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
No.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
You know what? I'm going to abstain.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a housing production plan update. Do we have Joe Viola or Roger Blood in the house? Great.
I am here, and I think we should be Roger Blood. Oh, Roger is here as well.
Wonderful. So who wants to go first?
I think Roger was going to start us off.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we're following a very interesting discussion. Thanks for having us this evening. So timely. I'm Roger Blood, Chair of the Housing Advisory Board. And Joe Viola from the Planning Department, Associate Director, is with me. It's been 5 years since the HAB initiated the town's first housing production plan. And the purpose 5 years ago was to comply with Chapter 40B, giving us safe harbor and setting goals for reaching the magic 10% bogey for having 10% of the town's housing as affordable. That 5-year plan officially expires in October of 2021. And we're happy to say that we have reached the 10% goal as envisioned in the plan. Now, this evening, we're seeking your approval to undertake an updated housing production plan for very different reasons than the ones 5 years ago. This is a post 10% environment, so we want to do a real plan, not that goes far greater or further than just pleasing the state and punching some boxes to meet their requirements. And that plan would run for the next 5 to 10 years. The need, arguably, for housing and affordable housing in Brookline and throughout Greater Boston is greater than ever. But at the same time, for the town, there's also needed a plan that's for an appropriate amount and type of housing production, which requires professional analysis to help guide us as to what housing, how much, and where that affordable housing will be produced. And equally, if not more important, an ample amount of community engagement in this process. Now, after a long process to undertake this plan, a lot of which is to do with securing the right kind of consulting support, we think that we have gotten an outstanding housing production plan consultant team and a well-conceived and robust work program for and with that team. And thirdly, that we have ample resources to do the job, all of which resources will come from the town's Affordable Housing Trust. The team leader for the updated plan is Judy Barrett, who is the same team leader that led the previous HPP consulting work for the town. But the entire supporting team is different, and we are very happy that we see specific strengths in 2 particular areas. Number one, community engagement. I think Joe will have a little more comment on that, but that's a critical feature of what we're going to see for the next 9 months as this plan unfolds. And the second being very strong expertise in site studies and regulatory analysis, including zoning. We hope that this evening that you will share our enthusiasm for undertaking this important work. And Joe Viola, who is, we all know, of course, well, and who will be leading the planning department's staff oversight role for the HPP, and the consultant will now give you a bit of further detail. Joe?
Thank you, Roger. Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning. I'm going to share my screen to run through some slides briefly, just to get into a little more detail about what Roger just spoke about. Okay. So as Roger noted, we're looking forward to working with the Barrett Planning Group and their team as part of this HPP update. And as Roger also mentioned, Judy was the prime consultant for the last time we did our first housing production plan in 2016. She has a great amount of experience in working with many municipalities in Greater Boston and specifically Brookline on a number of planning initiatives. And as Roger noted, we really think that she's put together a team that, they're going to undertake a process that will they'll lead a robust public process, and as we look to update the plan. As well, a major objective of the HPP update, as Roger noted, was to explore how and where to grow. And we feel like their team has a lot of experience facilitating that kind of discussion. Just to speak briefly about the composition of the team, Judy Barrett and her co-lead consultant, Daphne Politis. Judy is the principal in charge. Daphne will be primarily in charge of community engagement. As well, Dodson and Flinker, who's a landscape architecture and planning firm. They have extensive experience, as do Judy and Daphne, working on zoning studies, master planning, community visioning, and housing production plans. In the HPP update, Dodson and Flinker's focus will be on those location-based visioning and modeling scenarios that Roger touched upon briefly. Just to touch briefly on their tasks, Roger mentioned there's an emphasis on community engagement and location-based testing and recommendations. Mass Department of Housing and Community Development, who will eventually and ultimately approve whatever plan we deliver to them. Their plan requirements are shown in this slide deck as items 2, 3, and 4. We need to do our housing needs assessment. We need to look at our affordable housing goals. And in this case, since we're updating our existing plan, we need to update our housing production strategies. Related to community engagement, of course, that's an inherent part of any kind of public planning process. The towns emphasize that we maximize outreach to and participation from those individuals and parties who don't always necessarily participate in public meetings or conventional forms of public engagement. We hope to use the town's community engagement plan to inform our outreach efforts to really get out there and engage people from the community. Above and beyond that standard housing production plan, the location-based testing task, again, if we're looking to create a vision for potential future growth above and, as Roger mentioned, the town will hit the 10% threshold. We need to think in a post 10% environment. How do we continue to produce housing, not only for residents of Brookline, but there's a regional need for housing as well. So we really need to think about how this process will inform how the town continues to grow. Just to touch briefly on community engagement. So to that end, we'll work with the team to create a robust public engagement plan that, again, it maximizes participation from folks who may not participate in traditional planning processes. One of our first tasks, and you'll see this in a minute when I pull up the project schedule, but one of our first tasks will be to create a robust public engagement plan. Just some things we thought about, and this will be refined, is doing a multilingual community survey in the time of COVID-19, using web-based and social media outreach to get opinions that we may not get otherwise. Focus groups. Last time we did the housing production plan, that was a great way to canvass the community to get a lot of different opinions on what's the needs of the community in terms of housing and how we could grow to meet the community's needs. This time around, we really have a goal of getting more meaningful participation from a more diverse audience. Public forums, obviously, those will be centered around the 3 housing production plan required components that I just mentioned. And, we'll work with our consultant to think outside of normal public meetings. How else do we get out into the community, engage the public? Walking tours, pop-up events. We'll work with our consultant to get out there and, again, solicit those opinions from those who may not participate in other forums. There'll be updates to the HAB, the Housing Advisory Board, at a number of public meetings. Like last time, I think it would be worthwhile for us to continue to explore synergies between the Housing Advisory Board, the Planning Board, and Select Board to make sure you're all getting regular updates to, how the the public process is unfurling, and so you can have an opportunity to comment at key points during the process. And finally, I guess the project capstone is an update to the select board and planning board for your votes to approve the document. Ultimately, we can't even submit this document to the state without your vote, both the select board and the planning board. So, we hope to keep you engaged throughout the process, but, appear at opportune times to seek your input, but so that by the time the plan gets to you, you'll be well versed in what it contains. Just to speak briefly about location-based testing. The RFP called for the exploration of housing and mixed-use development scenarios that could be pursued to meet the production goals that we assume will follow as part of the HPP. As part of the formulation of the HPP, there'll be a number of production goals. Obviously, this will be done taking into account as part of the production of those mixed-use development scenarios. We'll apply a methodology to help the community understand the impacts of that new development. We heard loud and clear at a select board meeting last winter. We heard loud and clear at a HAB meeting, through public comment, that we need to do exactly that. When we're thinking about new housing development, we also need to think about fiscal and community impact. And we heard that loud and clear also through Article 34 at last November's town meeting. So to meet those objectives, the working group and team will evaluate areas for potential new affordable housing, whether through mixed income housing or mixed use development. The Dodson and Flinker team will prepare massing models for a selection of sites or locations across town, 12 to 15 sites, depending on the complexity and details of those modeling exercises. Those site selection exercises will come along with a community benefits assessment. And finally, as part of the final HPP, sorry about that, the team will prepare and refine recommendations for the town so we can think about how to realize future affordable housing development. The scenarios that evolve through the HPP community process. So just to show you briefly an example of a visualization exercise that Dodson and Flinker. This slide is courtesy of Dodson and Flinker for some work that they did in East Milton Square as part of their, re-envisioning that area of town. It's a massing study that first off, it looks at existing land uses and it provides a new look at what development could look like under certain development scenarios. Obviously, as part of the East Milton Square visioning plan, they did this to engage the community about potential new growth in a defined area. I could see Dodson and Flinker employing a very similar method townwide to a number of different sites and areas that are identified. So this is again, we envision a similar kind of methodology being undertaken for that specific task, the location-based testing. Finally, I mentioned a project schedule. Assuming approval of a contract and assuming we can get underway, the consultant and town team are looking at a 9-month start to completion for the deliverable, which would be an update to the housing production plan. Our first task, as I noted earlier, is to formulate that robust community engagement plan and use all of those different methods across many of the different tasks that we'll be undertaking in months 2 through 9 to be sure that we're getting ample input from the public and the community, as we finalize a draft of the housing production plan to be presented to both the select board and planning board. So I just wanted to provide a brief overview of who the consultant team was areas of emphasis above and beyond a typical housing production plan and the time to deliver a plan to the board. I think Roger and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much, Joe. Raul has his hand up.
Sure. Thank you, Heather, and thanks to Roger and Joe for the presentation. This all seems in order to me. I just have a question. I'm very interested to know whether or not, and my preference would be that the answer is yes here, is that as part of this process, we would look into nonprofit development, where there is no profit motive for development for affordable housing, and to consider whether or not, as we look at different locations and opportunities, whether or not that's a possibility, and also as it relates to home ownership, community land trusts as well. Is that something that we should expect will be studied as part of this?
Well, certainly nonprofit more than included. I think that's a priority, and they bring some of the most capable development capacity to the table, especially on the affordable housing side. We've had great experience with nonprofit sponsors of senior housing. The Housing Authority, of course, is a good sponsor for family housing. There is a dearth that we should fill and seek to fill for nonprofit sponsors of family housing as well. Community Land Trust is a great concept, and I'm sure our consultants are familiar with that, and they will be, as Joe mentioned, addressing in the strategy section of those 5 parts of the work plan, tools and methods such as Community Land Trust, and that wouldn't be the only one for how to best get affordable housing developed.
That's great. I'd like to see that assessment, even if the assessment is it doesn't work in Brookline and here's why. I'd love to actually see that assessment. So thank you.
We need a sponsor. A sponsor is the key.
Miriam.
Thank you very much for this, Roger and Joe. In the first housing production plan, one of the goals was this 10% threshold. And so one of my questions, or at least one of the places I'd like to push is there going to be a percentage threshold for what we want affordable housing to be in Boston? Because to me, the 10% is wholly inadequate as a number. So is there, are we going to go for 15%? Are we going to go for 20%? And if not, I'd be interested in your thoughts about why that wouldn't be a good idea, or why it would be a good idea.
Well, the goals, as I've been well informed by other members of the Housing Advisory Board, are both quantitative and qualitative, and they have to fit hand in hand. So the answer for our housing production plan is, Miriam, definitely there will be both quantitative and qualitative goals. That they will be on a time frame. We're looking at 5 and 10 years, as I mentioned briefly. I expect that they will probably be in terms of units, and they will be built up from where and how much will we be able to do, knowing the locations and the type of housing and the density, et cetera, and build those up to a total, as opposed to, if you will, starting with some abstract number that's pulled from an aggregate, and then saying we've decided on this many thousands, and then we're going to go and look for ways to find out how to build them. So I think in general it's going to be a building up process rather than a top down. You may know that the Somerville people came over and had a very thought-provoking visit with our advisory committee. And one of the things I got out of that was they kind of started with a big number, and then they kind of looked at how that would be done, and they kind of took a few steps back and did this more of a process of building up, where and how much and what are we going to build. So in that sense, we're looking to do something similar from a conceptual standpoint. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, because I'm familiar with the Somerville presentation.
Yeah.
So yeah. And Joe, do you have anything to add in that?
No, I would just echo what Roger said earlier. This is so normally a housing production plan is meant to deliver units to help you hit the 10%. At least part of this plan, and a lot of the strategies that will be in this plan are helping us think past 10%. When 40B, like it or love it, is a tool to create housing, the town will have much more control. And if we can have a process that shows areas in town where it may make sense to look at additional density in order to meet our housing goals above and beyond that 10% goal, I'm thinking of a plan in both of those contexts. I think it'll be important to informing the town's expected future housing growth.
So John, then Raul, and then Bernard, I think I saw your hand maybe go up.
Yep. Well,
John first.
Yes, thank you, Roger. Thank you, Joe. I think this is more a question for Joe than for Roger. And I hope it doesn't, I hope in no sense is it off topic. During the presentation, I did see reference, no surprise, to that there will be community engagement along the way, with the housing production plan that is developed. And we have a very talented community engagement strategist, Carolina San Miguel, who has been, was hired within the past year. Just because I don't quite yet, I need to be educated better on this subject. How does this type of a process, the housing production plan process, interface with Carolina when it comes to the community engagement aspects of the plan or producing the plan?
So Carolina was actually we've already consulted her as part of the development of the RFP. She was actually on the evaluation committee looking over the team's proposal on how to undertake their community engagement. We can use social media. I look to somebody like Carolina, who's establishing relationships across the community to help plug us into, whether it's individuals or organizations, to help us get the word out about participating not only in public meetings, but also, volunteering to be in a focus group, just soliciting input and soliciting opinions, maybe above and beyond what, and also working with our community engagement specialists to try to think outside the normal channels of public engagement. I think Carolina would have a lot to add, and she's already had lots of good thoughts about how we could do that. And I think it's a natural match for Carolina to work with Community Circle. So we intend to utilize her capabilities to the extent that she has her own boss, but we really love to have her involved in this process.
But if you don't mind, just a quick follow-up. So I heard you reference Community Circle, and so that's a consultant to do community engagement.
Mm-hmm. They are, yes.
Okay.
Raul, and then Bernard.
Sure, and I'll be brief, and I just want to, just for relative to some of Miriam's comments and for the edification of the public, that 10% goal it does not indicate necessarily that we have 10% of our housing in Brookline is affordable. The subsidized housing inventory includes units that are built in buildings under 40B. When, let's say, a 50-unit building went up, all 50 units in that building would be part of the SHI, even if they aren't all affordable, even if only about a quarter of them are affordable. So just to stress that we've got a lot of work to go. I don't know, Joe, if you actually know of the percentage of homes in Brookline and what that number is in terms of affordability. That'd be helpful to know if you have it. But we do have a long way to go outside of the sort of 40B conversation, just relative to the development of affordable housing in Brookline.
I would say, unfortunately, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I fully agree that, 40B is again, you're creating the units, but if you're approving a rental project, all of those units count towards your subsidized housing inventory. So I think it exactly what your point was is, just because we hit 10% doesn't mean the need to create affordable housing goes away. So
the need is almost unlimited in so many different categories. We've often said the town, we keep 2 sets of books for affordable housing inventory, for the state's version and the towns. And you're absolutely right, Raul, about many of the 40B units being market rate, and it's a peculiar formula. On the other hand, and I wouldn't say this is offset, the state only recognizes units as affordable up to 80% of area median income. And on our count, we definitely count both ownership, as you know, and rental up to 100 and even as high as 120 for workforce. So there's a certain offset in units, although it's not a huge number that we recognize and the state doesn't.
And Bernard.
Yeah, you sort of addressed a piece of my question, Roger. You know, I agree with, I think it was Marion who said that 10% can't be our floor. It has to really be much, much higher than 10% for affordable housing. And as Roger just mentioned, affordable from our standpoint can be up to 120%, which, you know, fills in that middle income bracket. I guess I want to get a sense of how you're thinking, and even if the housing production plan is even relevant to this, I think it should be, about you know, broader issues of making sure that we fill in that middle income you know, segment of the housing population. I mean, we can't have, it is not sustainable for us to be a community of a lot of affordable housing, no matter how many it is, and overwhelmingly, you know, high income, very rich housing. That's not sustainable. So how do we fill in that sort of middle income gap? I mean, I have a lot of ideas, but you know, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, there's certainly support for it. If you look at our total affordable housing, it's very highly skewed towards the low, and lower income ranges, largely because the subsidy, the programs and the subsidies are very highly targeted that way, and the BHA as a partner is highly focused at that end. So from the town's perspective, one of our few tools that we've tried to evolve and strengthen for the middle is our inclusionary zoning, but it does not produce a lot of units. However, it's designed to certainly allow and encourage some development of affordable units within the market that doesn't require a public subsidy, and to that extent, we hope to see it work and work better as we've evolved the bylaw for that program. I might add that there's a workforce ownership program. I know some of you all are interested in affordable housing for owners in particular to build wealth intergenerationally. And unfortunately, as we understand, we learned during the Newbury process that the program was available, quite attractive financial support for Boston and Cambridge, but wasn't available. The state program was not. Brookline wasn't eligible for it.
So we are running about a half hour behind. Any other comments by select board members? I just really want to thank Joe, Viola, and Roger Blood for presenting this. And I know that we're going to take 2 votes. So I will move the language if there are no other comments. The first is approval of the Housing Advisory Board's recommendation for the allocation of a sum not to exceed $160,000 from the town's Affordable Housing Trust to pay for consulting services to update the town's housing production plan. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I also move to execute a contract with Barrett Group LLC for consulting services related to the preparation of an updated housing production plan consistent with the terms of the request for proposals issued by the town on April 8th, 2021, and the consultant's response thereto. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So sliding into a grant of location public hearing, I will open the public.
Recording in progress.
Postponed. I'm sorry. There was a Eversource and Verizon grant of location public hearings, but they have been postponed until next Tuesday, September 28th, 2021. So at this time, we're moving to the outdoor dining programs regulations public hearing. So I will open the public hearing and turn it over to Meredith Mooney. Do we have Meredith?
I am just emailing her now. I think maybe the timing, she may be stepped out, so I'm gonna just ping her again and see if we can snag her.
Okay. Do we have David Gladstone? I know he wanted to make public comment on this agenda item. Ah, there's Meredith.
Hi, my apologies. You skipped ahead in the agenda and I apologize.
No worries. We're about a half hour behind, so my apologies.
So were you addressing public comment or should I dive into the presentation?
Why don't you dive into the presentation and then we'll take public comment. This is a public hearing, so I'm opening the public hearing. Hopefully I'll remember to close the public hearing.
All right. So good evening, Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Planner in the Planning Community Development Department. I'm here tonight to discuss a set of recommendations about the future of Brookline's expanded outdoor dining program, which were developed as part of a staff outdoor dining working group. DPW,
Recording in
building,
progress.
Health Department, Fire, Police, Economic Development, Town Council, and the Licensing Office. So the Select Board has talked about expanded outdoor dining several times over the past year, but I think the last time the Select Board discussed this was in March of 2021. So I just wanted to kick things off by giving a quick recap to reorient everyone. So if you recall, the town experimented with temporary outdoor dining program as a necessity during COVID to help our restaurant community. So we launched our temporary expanded outdoor dining program in June of 2020. So the key difference and experimental element of the temporary expanded outdoor dining program was providing restaurants with access to on-street outdoor dining and parking spaces that were adjacent to their restaurant storefronts. Then in winter of 2020 and 2021, the town experimented with year-round outdoor dining. We had a handful of restaurants that continued to offer outdoor dining in on-street spaces throughout the winter months. And then in March of 2021, the Select Board approved an updated set of temporary outdoor dining regulations and guidelines. In the winter and early spring of 2021, the outdoor dining staff working group put a lot of time into updating those guidelines so that they were much more robust in anticipation of our conversation tonight and the interest in continuing outdoor dining even after COVID. In May of 2021, town meeting made several changes to our general and zoning bylaw that enabled the town to continue its experiment with expanded outdoor dining. And over the summer, the Select Board approved the extension of the temporary outdoor dining guidelines through the end of March. If you recall, the state of emergency order, which our temporary outdoor dining program had been tied to, was lifted in June, much earlier than anyone anticipated. So that started a 60-day countdown clock for our temporary program. So the temporary program would have expired in mid-August, but the Select Board took action to adopt new flexibility provided through state legislation that allowed us to further extend our temporary outdoor dining program. So the current expiration date is the end of March in 2021, which brings us to tonight's presentation and our discussion about how do we transition our temporary expanded outdoor dining program to a regular license program. So that's where we've been. This slide reflects proposed next steps and where we'd like to take the program. So tonight, assuming the select board's approval of the new proposed dining guidelines, throughout the fall and early winter, staff will work on a lot of outreach education to restaurants about the updated regulations, the license and fee structure. And then in the first quarter of 2022, that's when we will officially transition the temporary programs to the permanent common victualler sub-license that we're proposing. And then March 31st, as I mentioned earlier, would be the expiration of the temporary program, with the new program set to start as of April 1st. So if you'll recall, one of the key differences in this timeline is that we had gone through the town meeting warrant article process with the assumption that this transition would happen this fall as part of our annual restaurant common victualler license renewal process. But the outdoor seating working group came to the conclusion that due to administrative capacity constraints, it just was not feasible for that transition to happen this fall. And given the fact that the program expires at the end of March, we would take that additional time in early 2020 to collect the applications, review the applications, and then issue the licenses. But going forward, this proposed new sub-license for outdoor seating would be renewed on an annual basis as part of the upcoming restaurant license renewal process. So just a couple of suggested action items for the select board as part of this presentation to keep in mind throughout the remainder of the presentation is what we are hoping this evening is that you will approve the updated regulations and guidelines, including a program fee and implementation timeline, and then provide some specific guidance to staff regarding how to move forward with the non-conforming on-street outdoor dining structures in Washington Square. And then in addition to approving the regulations and guidelines, also approve a new license agreement document for the outdoor seating program. As I mentioned before, in the winter and early spring of 2021, the outdoor seating staff working group invested a lot of time in making the outdoor dining regulations more robust. So in terms of the substance of the regulations that were presented to you this evening, there are only a couple of additions. I've highlighted some of the additions and enhancements here. I'll run through them quickly. So we've added enhanced standards for the appearance of the outdoor seating areas. There's an added requirement for the immediate and ongoing use of the outdoor seating areas. We don't want a situation where the protective concrete jersey barriers are dropped and then they sit idle for several weeks. So restaurants, the expectation is that they'll be occupied within 30 days of the barriers being installed. We specified hours of operation. Outdoor seating areas can be in use between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. Entertainment licensing will be applicable to both the indoor seating operations and the outdoor seating operations. And the health department has added a requirement for a detailed trash and pest control management plan. So as part of the previous set of regulations and guidelines, if you remember the last time we had this discussion back in March 2021, there was an issue because a handful of restaurants in the Washington Square area had outdoor seating structures that weren't compliant with the proposed regulations. So the select board opted to give those structures and restaurants a grace period with the expectation that they would come into compliance by January 1st, 2022. And I think that January 1st, 2022 deadline was very much tied to the assumed start of the new program. And given the fact that we are pushing out the start of the new program from January 1st to April 1st, should we also modify the deadline for those structures coming into compliance? So just wanted to pose the question, we can come back to it. This is a diagram of the new proposed outdoor seating licensing structure, which would exist as a sub-license to the common victualler program. So you see here, common victualler, number of indoor seats. Restaurants interested in outdoor seating on public property would have the option for 4 different types of the sub-license, which are a combination of sidewalk and on-street and seasonal and annual. And it's important to note that there have also been some additional public-private partnerships related to outdoor dining, specifically Hamilton's outdoor seating back patio space, Punch Bowl's outdoor seating area, Prairie Fire's outdoor seating set up on the Webster Street lot, and not outdoor seating, but sort of a similar setup. Healthworks had a tent for fitness classes in the Babcock Street lot. We consider those those public-private partnership experiments to be beyond the scope of the program that we're talking about tonight. And it's staff's intention that we will return to the select board with a different set of recommendations about how we could move forward with those types of private partnerships going forward. So one of the opportunities that town meeting afforded the town this in the spring town meeting was that the town had been restricted to outdoor seating for a maximum of 6 months, and we struck that limitation. So the town had the flexibility to redefine what seasonal outdoor seating would be. The new proposed definition is 7.5 months from April 1st to November 15th. And it's a time frame that exists within DPW's moratorium for roadway permits. The program would start on April 1st, weather permitting, with just the note that restaurants on the inbound side of Beacon Street would have to wait until after the marathon for their protective jersey barriers to be installed. And the program would end on November 15th. So the span of the seasonal outdoor, or the new proposed seasonal outdoor seating, would be 7.5 months, but the fee itself is only assessed for 7 months. And it's just something important to note and set expectations that it's April 1st to November 15th, but the actual installation of the jersey barriers for participants in the seasonal program will take DPW several days or a couple of weeks for installation and removal. So this is the proposed fee structure that was developed by the multi-department staff outdoor seating working group. There are 4 different types of licenses reflecting on-street and sidewalk, annual versus seasonal. There are 2 components. You have the administrative fee and then the use fee. So the administrative fee accounts for the additional administrative tasks and burden associated with this new program. And it is just important to note that this expanded outdoor dining over the past 1.5 plus has taken up an exorbitant amount of staff time, particularly for DPW and the licensing offices. So the different administrative fees here are, customized to the different types of outdoor seating licenses and reflect those additional administrative responsibilities. The use fee section you'll recognize from the last time the select board discussed assessing a fee for the outdoor seating program, because these are the estimated lost parking revenue for each restaurant participant. So if you'll recall, each restaurant that participates in the program for outdoor seating, for on-street seating, has access to 3 spaces. And this estimated parking meter revenue loss is based on meters being utilized 8 out of 12 hours a day. So the grand total, I'll just run through: for annual on-street parking, 9,925, seasonal on-street, 5,720, annual sidewalk, 360, and seasonal sidewalk, $310. So that was the recommendation, fee recommendation put forward by the outdoor seating working group, which the Economic Development Division was a part of. That said, as a division, and our mission is focused on promoting the health and growth of our small business community, as well as the effective use and aesthetic enhancements of the public spaces in our commercial areas, the Economic Development Division has some concerns and reservations about implementing the full force of these proposed fees at this point in time. So the next 2 slides cover, our division's considerations and concerns about this particular proposal. And then I also wanted to include some feedback that we received from the Small Business Development Committee about this proposal at their meeting last week, because it was helpful input. So I think we were all anticipating revisiting the notion of imposing a fee within the context of a full-on COVID economic recovery. And unfortunately, we're still in the midst of a public health crisis, and there are legitimate needs for continued access to expanded outdoor dining that are both health related and economic related. What began as kind of a survival mode COVID necessity program has emerged as a very popular, very successful new program. And it's due to the fact that these outdoor dining parking space parklets have added a lot of vibrancy and activity to our commercial areas. So started as a temporary COVID initiative, but now is showing a lot of potential as a new program and commercial area amenity that we're just still wrapping our heads around the potential value of that. As In preparation for this presentation and to inform our internal staff discussions about the outdoor dining program, we did survey restaurants over the summer to get their feedback on what was their experience with the outdoor dining program and what are their hopes for the future of this program. And we did assess what their willingness to pay for continued access to the on-street outdoor dining would be. And we're very discouraged by the gap between reported willingness to pay and the fees proposed on the previous slide. So there's a lot of concern, especially if we were going to implement the full force of these fees immediately, about the potential chilling and maybe even fatal effects of that on the potential for this promising new program. Another consideration is that Brookline, we are several months ahead of a lot of our peer communities in terms of transitioning this to a permanent program, and then also confronting this question about what is an appropriate fee for this new program. So I think, you know, if we had a little bit extra time, we're able to compare notes with other communities, I think that would be very beneficial. And in the meantime, we're continuing to demonstrate leadership in crafting our outdoor dining program. And the last point is a little bit nuanced, so I am going to refer to my notes. But we are a little concerned that the proposed basis for the use fee might seem a little short-sighted in a post-pandemic context, meaning that the proposed fees for this new outdoor seating program, the reference point is the parking meter rates. And those rates, the fees underlying those rates were proposed for the costs associated with managing and maintaining those spaces for the purpose of parking or the use of parking. So if the proposed use is now for outdoor dining in a new commercial area amenity, it is worth exploring the basis for those fees or questioning the underlying basis for those fees. And then Small Business Development Committee, I apologize, this is a very text-dense slide and I won't go through every point, but I'll just pull out a couple of helpful pieces of feedback that we received from the Small Business Development Committee. Small Business Development Committee, like majority of stakeholders in this conversation, everyone agrees that restaurants should continue to pay for access to public spaces for outdoor dining. And it's important that, and we've been very mindful about this throughout this entire program, that we set proper expectations with restaurants, give them a sense of where this program is going and what it's going to cost them for continued participation. There's a lot of concern, and we're anticipating that the impact of the displaced parking from these outdoor seating parklets is going to cause issues down the line. We haven't fully seen that, or at least we're at a point where the perceived benefits of this program still outweigh any losses in parking spaces. But this, as things return to more of a new normal, will likely not always be the case, and we'll probably have to make modifications based on those issues as they arise. And there's just the general consensus that assigning a new fee for this program has a lot of complexity and nuance to it. And then also there's a lot of support for the non-restaurant related parklets, similar to or inspired by DPW's grant-funded parklet pilot program that they rolled out, I think, late spring, early summer. And also there's room for improvement in terms of internal and external communications on the town department side of things regarding outdoor seating applications and inquiries. So economic development, motivated by these concerns, has developed a alternative fee recommendation and implementation schedule for the select board's consideration. And it involves the gradual phasing in of fees. So
So just time check. Your presentation has been almost 20 minutes.
Okay, these are the last two slides. Thank you for the time check. So the proposed timeline is from now until next October. Economic Development Division will undertake data collection analysis, work with our business partners, Small Business Development Committee, EDAB, to work on developing a more innovative feasible use fee proposal for the select board's consideration. We'll provide an update in March 2022. And then we're proposing that, given the administrative burden associated with this program, administrative fees would be implemented as of April 1st, 2022, and that no later than September 2022, an alternative fee use recommendation would be presented to the select board for consideration. In the event that an alternative fee proposal doesn't materialize or isn't approved, the use fee would be phased in based on this chart. So we'd start off with the administrative fee as of April 1st, and then would increase by a third as of January 1st for the next 3 years, with fully implemented by January 2025. And our proposal, we think that there's an opportunity with the municipal revenue loss portion of the ARPA funds to subsidize the phasing in of this fee over the next several years. So that is the end. We also provided some suggested vote language for the select board's reference, but I will take questions.
Excellent. I think I have the suggested vote language, but you might want to just copy and paste it in the chat.
Okay.
I see questions from John and then Miriam. I just want to jump in quickly and say what an interesting philosophical quandary we have before us on the way you measure and quantify this public-private benefit. So, John.
That's a good way of putting it. I was thinking about the quandary of should we really be measuring the revenues lost from 3 parking meters being used for restaurant space, when in fact the alternative might be restaurants fail, retail restaurant districts suffer, and all of a sudden, meters are not being parked at because, your whole economy of your retail restaurant district is declining. So, I don't think we should only look at what happens if you take away 3 parking meters in terms of how much revenue might flow into those parking meters under other circumstances, when it might be you need to take them away and give the restaurant some space in order for there to be economic activity in your retail area. So that thought went through my mind. I appreciate very much the work that was done on this by all parties. And I also appreciate the flexibility that was shown in terms of adjusting to the concerns and then reflecting the adjustment in the table. For my money, I think that maybe, $1,000 increase per year as opposed to the much more significant increases that are reflected in the table might be a better way to at least inaugurate the next phase of this program, just so that you don't scare these restaurants into thinking there's no future, because eventually, they're going to keep raising this thing to a point where I just can't pay this anymore. It's a significant investment for them to put up these constructions and then take these constructions down. I'm a huge fan of it, maybe too huge a fan, in that I want the town to really bend over backwards to accommodate this, and to, as long as there is not any kind of intrusion on the sidewalk space, to the extent that people's rights to access, equal access of people of all levels of mobility. So let's keep that in mind. But keeping that in mind, we really need to help them continue these programs, because I think the customers want it. And I think the restaurants have become dependent on it. And if we want restaurants, I think we're going to have to figure out how to make this work. That's my comment.
Miriam.
Thank you. So I want to echo a few things that John says and add a few things. The first I want to say is I also very much enjoy the outdoor dining, but I would encourage you on your list of who you're engaging with in this process. I didn't see the local community. And I think there is some impact for people who are living around these additional eating establishments. And again, even though I very much enjoy it, I don't have one out in my sidewalk in front of me. And so I think that's an important piece that you should figure out how to draw into the conversation if you can. The second part of that is to echo a little bit of what John said, which is, being on the Disability Commission, I also want to be very mindful about how this wonderful addition to these restaurants in our town also impacts those, especially as we get into the winter months. If we're talking about all season places, how is that going to translate in the snow? And that leads to my third comment question, which is, What happens? So what are, I remember reading a little bit about these barriers that are out of compliance. So can you just give me 90 seconds on what that means and what happens? And if, how does that affect people?
So the structures in Washington Square, the main issue with them, they're roof structures, but the main issue is that the walls are too high. So it obstructs the sight lines for cyclists, pedestrians, people moving around the outdoor seating structures, and it also creates this walled structure that has a negative impact on the streetscape impression as well. So that's what informed the regulations. And so I think the issue is requiring those restaurants to bring the walls down to the appropriate height.
Yeah, I hate to use the comparison, but they kind of look a little bit like Hoovervilles. The sight lines are really, really bad for the amount of traffic going in and out of that area. It's really scary to be a pedestrian with people turning right. Raul.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. So a few things, and we talked about this at the Small Business Development Committee, which reported out very favorably for this plan with certain caveats that I want to talk about. First, I really think that we should be focusing our attention on the seasonal on-street option, not the annual. Any restaurateur out there that wants to make a go of it in January and February, I'm very interested to see how you do it, particularly with these guidelines that are in place that don't allow the kind of shack creation that we've seen in Washington Square. So I'd be very curious to see what that looks like to dine outdoors in January, February without being able to have a sort of more enclosed structure. And of course, if you're fine being in an enclosed structure, then maybe you just go inside anyway and eat inside, right? So I think our focus here should be on the seasonal and the seasonal on-street and the fees there. The other thing I want to talk about is just the difference between parking demand in Brookline Village versus Coolidge Corner or JFK versus Washington Square and elsewhere. And there is room in Coolidge Corner. We have right now a Babcock Street lot, half of which is a gym. It's a HealthWorks right now, right? And we voted that to have a tented Babcock Street lot that's being used as a gym because there's less parking demand there. And certainly in Coolidge Corner, there's the ability to utilize more of these parklets and push parking out another block, let's say, right? In Brookline Village, it's a very different problem in terms of parking demand. And we've heard already from businesses that aren't restaurants about the ability, or rather inability, hairdressers and nail salons, et cetera, for their customers to be able to find parking in the area. So we just got to think about Brookline Village being very different than what's going on in Coolidge Corner, JFK, and elsewhere. On the parking meters, well, one of the things that, to John's points earlier, we also have to consider if this program is very successful and we start to see more demand for restaurants in Brookline, that also brings in greater meals taxes as well, which is a benefit to the town financially. I think our calculations might be a little bit off in terms of what kind of parking meter revenue we're trying to cover. The 80%, or rather, what is it, 8 hours out of 12 of a parking meter. Again, that probably makes sense in a place like Brookline Village, where parking meters are almost always full, but less sense in places that are a little bit less dense in terms of parking demand. So I think there's some flexibility, maybe. We all know that we should only charge fees that are reasonable and that the administrative fees that cover our cost, and then any other fees that additionally make sense. I mean, I'd love to see this get down to about maybe $5,000 or even lower as an annual fee. Personally, I'm okay with and I'm curious to hear from Mel if this is actually okay, because this came up during our Small Business Development Committee meeting. Is could we step these up year after year and utilize ARPA funding to cover the difference? I don't know if that's even if that's just sort of borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, or if that makes any sense, but I'd be curious to hear your analysis on that.
Well, let me say a couple things about the program in general. I think that one of the very few things of the pandemic that has been productive has been the ability of municipalities and other organizations to experiment with different ways of doing things. And I'm really thrilled with the way this program has come about. I think the town's been very progressive and very proactive in this. I certainly understand what Heather said right up front. This provides very unique challenges and a different way of looking at things than we normally do. And so I would just encourage us to be flexible. I like the economic development's proposal to sort of ease into things and, perhaps not look at this as a permanent type of program yet. I haven't thought about the issue about the funding. I mean, my sense is if you're not ready to deal with those kind of level of fees, let's just don't approve them, and we'll deal with it. We'll absorb that kind of revenue consequence and build it into our budget planning.
So I do want to recognize David Gladstone from the Brookline Chamber. You want to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Hernandez, select persons, and town staff, and everyone else that's listening. I agree with what a lot of you are saying. There has been a unique situation occurring during COVID. It has caused all of us to pivot in many ways that we never thought would have existed before. My name is David Gladstone. I'm a longtime resident of Brookline. I'm from Precinct 16. I'm a member of the Small Business Committee. I'm a member of the Climate Action Committee. I'm a member of the USGA Golf Open Planning Committee, and I'm also involved in the planning for Coolidge Corner and JFK. Having said that, I've done about 150 PPP loans. I've worked very closely with many restaurants in and around Brookline, and the feedback I'm getting is that they are very appreciative of everything that municipalities and the town has done for them to help them. Yes, I agree with what Raul is saying also from the standpoint that there's some middle ground of what we can charge. And I would like to think that we can find a middle ground. The last thing I want to talk about is the non-compliant structures in Washington Square. There are 4 structures, there's 4 restaurants. A letter was sent from the owners. The chamber sent a letter of support. The CCMA out of Coolidge Corner sent a letter of support. We need to work with them, and our recommendations are to give them an extension, a short-term extension into the late spring, but making them aware that they need to become compliant at the very latest by sometime in the late spring. And that's all I really want to say. Thank you very much for your time. The one thing I want to add, though, is the Chamber's involved in Restaurants for Brookline. We received state funding, $60,000 the first time from Senator Cream. We thought the idea was so great that we raised through the foundation and individually another $45,000. And there's a third round of funding coming next January from the state and Senator Cream. And the nexus of this is that we pay restaurants to make meals, $15. We give them $1.50 meals tax. And so they get paid $16.50 per meal. They do on an average about 50 a week for about 6 weeks. We had about 13 restaurants participating, and all that food is donated to the food pantry. And people who that are food needy get these prepared meals that usually they get a bagged groceries for. And it's been a super program, and it's been an additional way to assist restaurants. And on behalf of that, and on behalf of all you guys have done, I want to thank you very much for how you've had a very steady hand in helping the restaurants in Brookline. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, especially for staying as late as this agenda item has run into. Before I acknowledge Miriam, I just want to read a comment that was put in the question and answer by Abby Swain, who has served on our transportation board.
That's what I was going to do. So.
Oh, okay. Current problems with on-street spaces: too narrow for wheelchairs, too much clutter within them. Some have 100% inaccessible furniture, and few have comfortable table clearances. Problems with on sidewalk spaces, furniture and patron creep, stanchions marking off too much sidewalk width, need to charge high enough fees for town inspections and enforcement, make complaint process easy and obvious should applications receive commission on disability review. Willingness to pay is bound to lowball actual willingness, given that car travel has displaced transit to a significant extent. Value of that sacrifice parking revenue may be undervalued. Sidewalk fee may be especially low. This is a very unique time to try to accurately quantify this benefit. We want to do everything that we can for our struggling restaurants, but there is an opportunity cost for this public right-of-way. If we allow restaurants to monopolize it, that means that it can't be used for, the general public or for other purposes like bike lanes. So it's tough. Any other comments? Am I getting the sense of the board that we may not want to vote on a fee structure tonight? Or should we go ahead and vote it? John?
Yeah, I admit I'm a little confused because I thought that at the end of the presentation, we were given a timetable over which there would be further work on this with the possibility of implementing a structure come April. But that would be subject to change based on the continuing, examination of this. Did I not understand that correctly?
That's correct. I think there was, in the spirit of expectation setting for restaurants, the select board would adopt the outdoor seating staff working group fees, would adopt the economic development division proposal, which would mean that the outdoor seating staff working group fees would be phased in unless an alternative proposal was presented and approved by the select board.
But the timetable I did see for the fees starts in April, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're voting, so that's what we would be voting on.
That's my understanding. It's the fees that would then be instituted starting in April.
Okay.
I would be prepared to vote on year one of that proposed fee structure. As I say, I thought the fees in succeeding years were a little bit high.
Raul?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm just thinking about what John just said. Only because there's some investment necessary, and I think for businesses that haven't already sort of made the investments to do this, to consider and would want to know, what it might look like in years, sort of the out years, what the actual fee would be. I would just say I think we should vote on something tonight if we feel that we can, unless someone has I think they're a little bit high, but unless someone has another number to throw out and with some reason behind it, I just don't know what we can do other than say, hey, can you bring us a different number, Meredith? And I don't know how helpful that's going to be. So I think it's important for us to, we took this up to make a decision and to move forward so that businesses in Brookline, Economic Development Division, and others can do their work.
Yeah, I've grown very weary that the longer we go without charging, the harder it's going to be ultimately to institute charges. So I would be comfortable instituting some charges so that we have everybody understands what the rules of engagement are going to be. I do like Raul's proposal that we try to use maybe some ARPA funding as a little bit of a stopgap. Maybe that's something that we can submit via the portal that Melissa helped create. Melissa, is that a hand raise?
It is. I've been talking about this with Meredith, and I essentially think that what you will be doing by not raising the fees would be feeding the revenue loss calculation. So it would happen naturally that there'll be available revenue loss because we still are seeing depressed receipts for both parking meters and parking fees and fines. And so to the extent that you're not trying to recover those fees through this program, you should see the kind of you should see it roost in your revenue loss calculation. So when you're thinking about government services to apply for the revenue loss category, you should be thinking about the services that are needed to sustain this program and providing support through ARPA for those kinds of services.
Okay, thank you. John has his hand raised.
In order for us to vote, could the slide with the fee schedule be put up one more time?
Sure.
So that we know what we're voting for, and do we have a decision as to whether we're voting for the successive years or just the first year?
Well, before I move any language, I just want to double check, since this is a public hearing. Devin, is there any other members of the public that want to be heard?
This time there are 12 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature. Oh, hold on one second. Looks like we do have someone who'd like to make a comment.
Please promote.
Alish, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
You'll have to unmute.
Sorry, am I unmuted now? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I've been listening attentively to the discussion, and I feel like now is not really the appropriate time to discuss a fee structure. I think we're facing an unprecedented winter, and I feel like we do not have enough data moving forward to be able to accurately calculate what in fact restaurants can afford to pay for this use of parklet structures. I think that we're all willing to pay for something. We feel obliged to do so. But I think if we look at the trends since August, where our the Restaurant Association just released data to suggest restaurant sales are flat, we are all predicting a massive downturn in customer base this winter. The outdoor seating is the only thing that is keeping us afloat at the moment. We've had over 4,000 restaurants close permanently in Massachusetts because of COVID. They attribute this, the ones that have stayed operational, entirely on the availability of outdoor seating. I also want to bring up a point about dealing with issues and people with mobility issues and having a public egress available for everyone at this spot. I think that's very site specific. Don't think you can generalize that. Depending on where you're located on Beacon Street, for example, where we are located, there is a wide berth. Across the road, maybe not so much. So I think that to generalize that is unfair. I think that there are accommodations that could be made to improve that. There could be flower beds that were removed that are not taken care of by the town anyway, to make that walkway larger. But I think for most part, all restaurants are very considerate of pedestrians. We make room for them, and so are customers that are dining. So I think it's important that moving forward, we all come together with a bit more of a plan. I do appreciate Meredith's input. I really feel the future of any policy making in Brookline is inclusion, and I feel that Meredith's survey was really appreciated by restaurant owners, that she went out of her way with her team to include us, because our opinions matter and we feel excluded in general in policy making. And I think that people don't realize how we have been affected by this pandemic.
You have 30 seconds.
So that's really all I wanted to say. I appreciate all your time. I think that we would like to stay with our current structures, even though people don't really appreciate their aesthetic through April so that we can guarantee outdoor seating for our customers throughout the winter.
The next
Thank
person
you.
signed up for public comment is Scott Anania. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thanks. I just had something very quick to say, which is, the data presented was from the town's perspective, whether it was going to lose money by converting these parking spaces. But what I didn't see was whether it would make sense for restaurants to actually use this amenity at the rate set. So I'm sure this varies a lot by restaurant, but for each restaurant, you can imagine how much they earn per table on a given year. And I'd love to know, at least comparatively, does this make sense for them? Are they expected to earn enough money per table to make this payout? And I think that's in some sense more relevant to the question of whether or not they will continue using this amenity post-COVID than the parking fee question. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public, Devon?
Not at this time.
Great. Miriam and then John.
Thank you. I just need to address this issue about accessibility because I'm on the Disability Commission, and I understand that restaurants think that this is something they're handling well, but the feedback is not actually consistent with that, and there are issues. And so part of the community engagement is making sure that those voices are elevated and heard and respected. And I know everyone wants to do right by those who have accessibility issues, but the intent and impact are very different things. And so I just want to make sure we're keeping our eye on impact and not only stopping at intent. So I just want to point that out because, when we bring up disability issues, the response is, oh, we keep that in mind, we do a good job. But actually people who are having these issues don't feel that. So I'm just bringing that to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. John.
I would like to seek further clarification of what we're voting on. So the fee table was put up on the screen. That's good. And I have made clear that I, think I could vote for the first year, but not the subsequent years. But what Ailish said raised a different issue for me. Is the desire of the restaurant owners to not have to take down the structures for the winter? And are we voting on that if in fact that's at stake here? Because it sounded like that's at stake here as well.
I think there are two votes, and one of them is to give a reprieve until I think April, the current non-conforming structures. So we will be dealing with that.
Then that would be through the winter. They can continue to serve customers through the winter.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure. Oh, so she was speaking to after April. They hope they'll be able to keep them up.
I think so. Just a clarification: the requirement is that the non-conforming structures just bring down the wall heights, and that I think the expectation is if they don't conform with that, the structure would be removed because they'd be in violation of the regulations guidelines. But especially because we've created a pathway for annual on-street outdoor seating, restaurants who are interested in keeping up the structures they've invested a lot of money in for outdoor dining would still be able to do that through this new licensing structure.
But who would have to take down the wall heights and when?
So I think there are actually 3 Washington Square restaurants that would have to lower the walls of their outdoor seating structures by April 1st, if that's what the select board.
By April 1st. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Raul.
I had a different question, but just to clarify, what the restaurant owners are asking is for what I thought I heard from David is a delay on that, not that we change the policy on that. Is that right? Is that your understanding, Meredith?
Yes, I think we're just pushing out the deadline for compliance with the wall.
Okay. All right, great.
To what?
Oh, go ahead.
April 1st, 2022.
Yes. Okay.
No, I thought April 1st is what's in the policy now, and what they're asking us to do is to push that back until the fall, I believe.
The
right?
current deadline is January 1st, 2022. And we're
Got it.
considering proposing April 1st.
Okay. Which I'm actually fine with, just so you know.
Yes, I
okay.
expect that to go pretty smoothly. So let's center our conversation around the fee structure.
Yeah. So, I'm thinking about it, and, I think what I think makes sense is for us to adopt this fee structure right now, but to vote again before we make each increase. And that allows us to take stock to see where we are, to see how 2360 has worked in 2023 for restaurants, and then to scale up from there as necessary, or not, or leave it exactly where it is if we think that that's the sweet spot. And although there's a certain amount more that the town might be giving up, that we would be doing it in as part of making sure that these businesses are successful, which benefits us all. So I would say, barring having other numbers in front of us right now, maybe we should adopt this, but just with the caveat that we would vote each time. The other thing I'll just make sure that folks understand is we essentially created a program where businesses could create all of this without we stayed the fees, right? So we set some fees, and then we said you won't have to pay them, and that's what's been happening so far. So April 1st is the first time we're actually going to charge, and it feels like it's going to be a year at that point, maybe that we're going to start charging fees for this. And even then, it's only the administrative fees, and not until 2023, which is a year and a few months from now, are we going to start actually charging the full set of fees. And even then, it's a greatly reduced amount. So I think we have common ground here, and there's a little give on behalf of the town, and there's a little bit on the business side too. So I think what staff put together here is really good, but I'd like to see those votes happen each time an increase is scheduled to occur.
Before I recognize Miriam, I do want to echo Raul's point, which is that we have talked about these fees twice before over the past year and a half, and we have delayed implementation at both junctures. Miriam.
I just want to say I'm in agreement with what Raul has proposed in terms of voting with each fee increase, because it gives us a chance to be flexible in a still changing environment. Just because we're taking it on now, it doesn't tie our hands, but it gives some expectation of what to expect. And, we can see if things are going the way that we hope they go and anticipate, then we go ahead with the rise in the fees. And if they're not, then that's something that can be reevaluated. So I'm very much in support of that.
Okay. Raul, okay, you took your.
I take it back, thanks.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. I do like the idea that we could try to find ARPA money to offset this in the out years. I do believe that, the intention was to help our struggling businesses. So this would definitely, I think, qualify. So if we can submit a, proposal on this, the fees are, that's quite a sum. But we are doing our best to try to monetize a public asset with all the trade-offs for the demand. So let me take the, in my opinion, easy vote first. The non-compliant structures. So I will move the select board decide to change the deadline for non-compliant outdoor dining structures to come into compliance. That the deadline from January 1st, 2022 to be extended to April 1st, 2022 for non-conforming outdoor dining structures for the town's outdoor dining program regulations and guidelines. Bernard.
Yes, or aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And I will move the approval for the presented outdoor dining program regulations and guidelines, included fees, scheduled to take effect on April 1st, 2022 with select board. I don't think there are any amendments, right? And then related license agreement.
Just that we would vote with each increase.
Okay, so the two amendments, just one amendment that we vote each time before the effective date of each increase. And then not necessarily tied to the vote, but we will pursue ARPA funding. More on that later. Okay, so that's the motion. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
I'm voting no because I'm just not comfortable with the higher fees. I don't want anyone looking at those and just kind of throwing up their hands and saying, I can't afford that. And that's it for me. So yeah, I'm a no.
Okay. Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Meredith, for all of this work and coordination.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Okay, Melissa, I think a warrant article. Oh, I'm closing that public hearing, by the way. Can't believe I remembered. So now I think I have to open another public hearing. Yes, hybrid town meeting, warrant article 10. Melissa Goff.
Yeah. Hi, so we deferred most of our warrant article public hearings because of the holiday, but we figured that this one was not very controversial and highly supported, that it would be an easy one to cross off our list. So this is a select board sponsored article. We previously discussed this before we actually filed it. This is for home rule legislation that would allow us to hold hybrid town meetings. Last night I had the advisory subcommittee review and they voted favorable action on this article.
Any questions on this? A big thank you to Sandy Gadsby for working on this. I know a lot of people were interested in this. It'll provide a lot of flexibility and allow people to participate. Okay, I can get right to the motion, or I close the public hearing. Anybody from the public? Devin?
This time there are 7 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so I will officially close that public hearing and I will move straight to the vote. I move favorable action on warrant article 10, known as hybrid town meeting. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
And then last but not least, I believe we have a board or commission appointment for the Housing Advisory Board. So last week we had Ginny Baz come before us. And so I will move that name for approval to the Housing Advisory Board. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Absolutely aye.
And the
Love
chair
that.
votes aye. Just in time, we're meeting, the HAB is meeting tomorrow.
Typically, for a while, Woodrow Wilson was elected in the.
Okay, well, that is the conclusion of our meeting. Thank you for hanging in there.